All you lovely people, it is the final day of our feed. We are getting into home stretch and working a little bit more on these drawing packages, and pretty excited to see where it's going to go. The last 4 days have been pretty long, I have to admit. I mean, they call it a marathon for a reason. It is a long period of time to be soaking your hard-earned hours into, and it has been very, very good because a lot of the work that's happening here is going to turn out in a positive manner. We're going to be able to take all of these designs and use them for good, and hopefully make some change and add some much needed density to the neighborhood. So, if you are a developer and you are looking to take on a subdivision or some infill projects, or you're just a inquisitive homeowner that's looking to flip over a house and create some apartments, please give me a shout. This fourplex design that we've been working on is a very good opportunity to do that. We're just going through and doing some value engineering on this building right now. It's looking pretty positive. We will be able to keep the rent prices fairly low, but still turn over a decent ROI. We're looking at values of about a 9-year payback, which is ideal when you're looking at a rental property, when factoring in all of the different components. If you keep to the simplified structure, mitigate a basement, like not using anything custom, trying to keep it all very modular and nominal, then you should have a very good system in place to be able to put this in motion. So I am going to fuel up on some coffee. We are going to kickstart very quickly here. I just want to make sure that all of my socials are on board. So I will be back in about 5 minutes so that we can start this off. And also, just really need to go to the bathroom and pet that dog. One that's sleeping back there is such a cutie, such a cutie. All right. Anyway, I will be right back. We will continue this stream, but All right, we are back. We are back in business. I'm probably going to keep our stream pretty short today, just in case you are wondering. It is my son's birthday today, which is awesome. He is turning 9, and he is super pumped. We just got his goalie helmet airbrushed not too long ago by a local artist in Nova Scotia, and was pretty awesome work. If you are ever looking for airbrushing work on anything, whether it be drums or guitars, your favorite T-shirt, I'm not sure, whatever it is. There is a company called Iron Kraken. They are out of Nova Scotia here, and Jason there does amazing work. He, I should show you, but I know my son has been wearing it while he watches TV. He has been sporting it for all different types of occasions. He's been using it while flipping his lightsaber around and all kinds of craziness. Wow, this really points out the dog hair on my hat, eh? Well, anyway, is what it is. Let's flip that baby around. Anyway, yeah, so I just want to kind of give you an idea what we're working on. We got our hands in a few different pots right now, just because we're taking care of this charity event this week. All of the designs that we're using are going to go towards supportive housing, and please make donations to Welcome Housing. The link is going to be placed in the chats here. I do this every day. If you could jump in and make a donation. It's that canadahelps.org link that's in the marquee at the top of the live. So I will take that and put it into our chats. Just one second. And make sure that goes into the people's catalog. There we go. Awesome. Live event here on LinkedIn. Oh, there we go. And also on Facebook, because I know that that is also going to hopefully LinkedIn plays ball today. I know it was not working out well for us yesterday, but I have all the faith that it's going to do what it needs to do today. Just got to make sure to keep on trucking. Okay. For those of you who are just tuning in, make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel as well. We're trying to get the viewership up there so that we can get you all of the stuff that you want to see. We won't be doing another marathon like this. This is the last one. But the content that we have planned coming up will be riveting, not like what we're doing here, where you're watching a silly man sit down and do design work all day. That The content that we're going to be looking into is compliance related, and we will be traveling to different job sites, looking at chatting with different professionals in the industry and the places that they work. We will be looking at different needs of different companies and how that applies. Some will be fun and interactive. We will have all kinds of really fun applications. So we're pretty excited. The YouTube channel I will also put up there. It is Oculi Inc. So you can look for the Oculi channel on YouTube as well. I'm gonna open that in a new tab, and I will share my screen. Just gonna make sure that all of the links are available to everyone. And here we go. YouTube. And I mean, it's already on YouTube because it's part of YouTube, so that makes sense. If you are joining on, I would love to chat. So it kinda gets lonely when you're doing a marathon stream. So take part, throw in some comments on what we're working on, ask some questions. It is ultimately here for the community, so I would love to get some feedback from the community as we work through it. In the meantime, on the other side of things, Oculi is working on the next phase of their flagship product, Cody. If you haven't have been following the stream, we've been using Cody for a number of things. We've been looking up code issues, we've been using it for digging into zoning documents, we've been utilizing it for all different aspects of document mining. Now, this is just phase 1 of Cody. We are looking to expand the offering, and right now we are working heavily on our UI boards. I might even be able to give a snapshot of some of the rough boards we're working on. I don't wanna give too much away. So, the, essentially, what we're working on with Cody is we're involving him to be able to work with design requirements from A to B. And what I mean by that is when you start a project, we take all of the documents, everything, we fire it all into one big folder. That could be your wish list, your design briefs, your specs, your codes, your zoning requirements, etcetera. They all get dropped into one area. After they're dropped in that one area of the project, they can act live. And what we'll do is with Cody and the dashboard, we'll extract all the information from those and parameterize them. Once they're parameterized, they can, and this is all in the background, you can then sort them and link them to your favorite design software. Your design software will flag back to you saying, this is out of compliance, or hold up, don't move that wall. This is not as per code, etcetera, etcetera, etcetera. So the idea is that you'll have Cody working with you side by side as you design to assist you throughout your process. And that's what we're working on at the mean. We'll be meeting. I'll be stopping my feed today to work with the team at Dalhousie at about 2 o'clock, so that we can go through some of the next phases of Cody Scout to help us dig into multiple documents simultaneously to be able to vet the information back and forth. So pretty cool stuff. And I can't wait to see some progress in that area as well. So if you're joining in, feel free to ask questions. Taking it a little bit more casual today. Would love to hear your thoughts on the process in general. So feel free to shoot a comment out. And I'll just kind of pull in a question in here as we go. What are your thoughts regarding modular construction? Does it work? Where do you stop? Mm, if so or not. Let's just see. Just post this question up in our feeds here. And I will switch. Gonna sign out and sign in. Oh man, I haven't used this one for a while. Uh, oh, no, that's one. There we go. Sure is me. Continue. Now. Yes, confirm. Yes, confirm. Continue. All right. Oops. What do you mean? Oops. Let's Alex my sign in. There we go. I'm gonna post the same thing. What are your thoughts regarding modular construction? Does it work? I'd love to hear your thoughts on that as we work through this process. If so, I'd like to hear your opinion as to what can work. I mean, I know plumbing is difficult. Are you seeing any new technologies out that are helping with the process? I'd love to get your feedback. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, so let's take this. I'm gonna hide some things in our view. All right. Now, yesterday I was researching some high velocity mechanical systems. I saw a video. Connor McDavid has it in his house, so it must be a good system. You would hope. Running that for an NHL star, you want to make sure that that home is running on all cylinders. So I didn't believe that, right? I just hit it. The high velocity system uses 2-inch ductwork, and obviously you have more runs, but they are thinner and take up less space. I'm interested to see how they work, but I want to hear your thoughts on modular construction. If you are joining in on the feed in your Facebook, YouTube, um, please toss some comments. What are your thoughts regarding modular construction? Does it? Mm, mm, mm. Let's put this up in text. What are your thoughts on modular construction? Sure. Wonder if I can, like, edit the background of this information. Wish I could. Be nice if I could just blank it out. Let's see. I wonder if I can do that. I'm just gonna look, see if I can update the backgrounds. Styles, brand, casual. Let's make it so that hey, there we go. We'll do 20%. Let's go. There you go. What are your thoughts on modular construction? Let's hear it from you. Make sure all of the feeds are keeping up. Mm, 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 mm. I know a lot of people are still getting up in Ontario, on their way to work. So it's one of the, tricky parts about being out in the East Coast. We're the first ones up in Canada, first ones to work, and first ones to get off on Friday. So, I have that right? All right. I mean, I'll give you my 2 cents. I said this yesterday in our feeds. We, I think modular construction has its place. I think if done well, it can be very successful. I just think that companies that are doing modular need to pay attention to their upfront costs. It takes a lot of money to do a startup modular company. It involves lots of machinery, it involves lots of capital raising. But if you can team up with the ones who do it or do the supply and have all the machinery, etcetera, in place, you're laughing. So, I would say play it smart. If you drown yourself in debt before you win enough projects, you will find it very difficult to so, I wanna make sure that that modular approach is done simple at first and build it up over time. So, love to hear your thoughts. I'm just kicking around here. This is just our morning coffee. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, there we go. No, I'm trying to share this. LinkedIn, very frustrating. Uh, events. Let me see. Events. Next time I might just do this as a YouTube for something smaller. Uh, organize show all. This is day 5. Checking out the event, share, repost. Casual coffee chat this morning. What are your thoughts? Does it work? Which areas of modular do you find to be too restrictive or not to be too constraining, not constraining enough? Construction, materials, supply, demand. All right, post. Here we go. Five, five. It should be working okay. Hope it is. Yep. Beauty. Yeah, just nice and easy coffee chat. I'm just gonna be working away on a few things. Feel free to jump in and out as we go through this. If you're just joining on and checking out the feed, make sure to donate to the canadahelps.org link that's in there. The proceeds will go to Welcome Housing, a not-for-profit. It's supporting supportive housing in to help the homeless individuals in Nova Scotia off their feet, onto their feet, and provide them with opportunities to make positive lives so that they can get jobs, acquire homes, and be an awesome part of society. I have my teleprompter kicking off to the side. It's reading back everything I say, and it is messing up. I have, like, elevator music playing in the background. That might be helpful. I mean, for for me, elevator music is heavy metal, so, um, it's what calms me down in the busiest of days. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of comments going around regarding AI over the past week or 2. Um, it's so 50-50. I'm seeing a lot of people working in the AI space doing crazy things, and then I'm also seeing companies saying that this isn't the next wave, it's just a tool. Uh, the reality of AI is as we get closer to actual artificial intelligence, we have to make a fundamental shift in how we work with AI. We have to talk about that and how it's benefiting us as a working society. The AI tools are not here to replace what you're doing, here to help alongside, and that's the stance that Oculi takes. We believe that AI should assist and not do. It is something that we strongly believe in. That is why software such as Cody will help you find the information that you put in there, but it's up to you to put the right information into that product. It's still your job. It is something you went to school for. It's something that you became a professional to manage. We're not here to take that away. So be strong, learn the AI tools that are out there. There's a lot. If you need assistance in identifying which tools are beneficial for your job, uh, let me know, and I can guide you in the right direction. I'm not biased. I know that there's well over 1,000 different AI tools out there that can help, but everyone's needs are slightly different, and that's why the platform that we're putting together will cover such a large spectrum that, it will make it more flexible for your day-to-day use. So, if you are looking for something to help out, please DM. Also, if you would like to join in on the chat, and actually jump on the chat as a guest, I will leave a guest link up here to join on the stream. Say add a guest. I am going to copy this link and I am going to post this in our chats as well. Want to join in on the video chat as a guest? Click on the link below and grab your coffee. All right. Nope. Don't need that crazy picture. Just need the link. Awesome. We have that's on LinkedIn. That way I'm not talking to myself for the rest of the day. That would be ideal. Mm, mm, mm. Awesome. Would also help. I just gotta make sure my audio is on. I just wanna make sure that my physical audio is not screaming through there, so I will have to make sure that I get some headphones. I will be unmute. Need to make sure that this is unmuted and working. The Yeti is good. Test speaker, please don't blow my ears out. Perfect. All right. Wicked. Alrighty. Continuing on the chat. 2 mics. See if I can mute this one. Manage output sound devices. Hmm. Device. I don't know if it's picking up both mics. That's just very strange. I'm not speaking into two. Try that. Switch this to default. Let me just check. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Test. I don't know. It's always iffy with these things. Oh, you know what? I'm probably getting a delay because it's showing it in multiple um, feeds. That's why I'm catching this on multiple websites. Like me, this has just turned from a crazy live feed to me just testing out random audio pieces. So, let me see here. Why don't we just keep this one? Perfect. Okay, we are good to go. If you are just joining on, we are just having a casual chat today. Nothing too crazy. We are looking to talk modular, see if there are implications that could really help us in the affordable housing area. If you have experience working in modular, I would love to get your feedback on the feed. The Please feel free if you want to just jump on, have a quick coffee. We can jump on video in the link that's been provided in the chats there. It should be on all of the mediums. You can just click on Talk Studio, streamlabs.com. You can jump on there and be part of the conversation. Would love to have you online live. If you hear your thoughts about affordable housing, if you have any ideas as to how you would apply it to your own hometown, if you've put certain aspects of affordable housing into your workflows, I'd love to hear it. Mm, I would love to hear what your opinions are. I'm going to share my screen. And I will probably just share. Yeah, I kind of have no choice. I got to share the whole screen. Okay. We looked at the high velocity systems yesterday. If Just to make sure that the chat window is showing up, I'd love to hear your thoughts. If you want to jump on the feed, there is a link that is in the chats. They would love to have you on just to shoot the shit and see what your thoughts are on the world of modular. Oop, let's not show everybody everything. We are switching some of the gears over to the other screen. Mm, Paige has been busy, busy, busy. She's working on dashboards and doing some house designs for a few clients. I would love to have her on this week, but she is so swamped. So the for those of you who don't know, we're working on Cody Rogue right now. Cody Rogue is the evolution of Cody Scout. Cody is starting off as a scout. He is finding information to make the product that much better. And as he evolves, he will be turning into a rogue where he will be hunting down information inside your files in a with his little bow and arrow and multi-shot capabilities to be able to find and warn you of information that may come up. So we're pretty excited for it. The couple of test runs that we've done on programs such as Dynamo and Revit. They've proven that it does work. So we're pretty excited. If you're just jumping on the feed, feel free to shoot the shit with me. There's tons of questions, so we are very excited to answer. Mm, All right. Feel like I just put up my hand for my own question. Mm, 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 mm. All right. Awesome. Okay. What are your thoughts on modular construction? I just working on a few other things on the other monitor here. You'll just have to bear with me. And we're still getting to the groove of things. It is Friday. Everyone's excited for the weekend. I mean, it's raining out here, which I mean is probably a good thing. We've had a pretty dry summer. It's been gorgeous. The humidity levels were up, and the greenery has been nothing short of amazing. We really got lucky. I'm expecting that we're going to get swamped by a big old winter. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah. Mm, How's it going, everyone? If you are just jumping on the LinkedIn feed, I'd love to get your comments and hear what your thoughts are on modular construction. Would love to hear from you. If you want to jump on the feed live, there's a link that is just at the bottom there. We can have a little dialogue back and forth. Would love to hear your opinions, but that's completely up to you. Otherwise, toss in a message into the feed. Would love to hear your thoughts. If you are doing modular construction, would love you to put your hand up and give some pointers into how we can take a solution like this and make it work in a real world scenario where what we can do to accommodate plumbing, what issues you've run into. Have you are we just putting toilet flanges in and installing the toilets in later after flooring? Are you building your modules with finished flooring in them already? Have you found errors with your flooring getting damaged during delivery? Like, what extent do we take a modular component? Do we build the whole thing in, cap it? Is it too much work to seal it as a fully enclosed unit? Um, are we spending too much money to get it to that stage? Or are they actually maintaining that affordability? Would love to hear your 2 cents on what's been working. We're gonna have a look and just see if we can get a couple of systems in play here. So I don't have a lot of space for like furnaces or anything here. So that high pressure system, I need to know if that air handler is on its own and there's a condenser outside. So I was looking into it yesterday. Something viable. It was I think I still have the documentation up. Um, Let me see if I've still got it up. I was looking at a few things yesterday. Mm, mm, mm. Yeah, it was this high velocity systems. They were touting its awesomeness on a YouTube video with that famous hockey player, one on the Oilers, that's just absolutely crushing it. Um, Seems plausible. The number of outlets obviously increases when you do a high pressure system, but I'm interested to see how this works. If the air handler is the only thing taking up space inside the building, then it'd be nice to know if there's a condensing unit that sits outside. I imagine there is. It's treated. Uh, if any of you have experience with working with systems like this, just let me know. Would love to hear your thoughts on high. What's the brand here? High velocity systems. Have any of you used it? Do you find it worthwhile? I like the idea of having a simple flex duct system that we can fit into our modules. But I need to know how the whole system comes together. I got to find a brochure. Oh, here we go. Would you look at that? So we have air handler in crawl space. And of course, that one page that I need is completely turned sideways. For those of you who are looking for a trick and work in PDFs, Control Shift minus or Control Shift plus can rotate your pages. Quick and dirty. We have, let's see, this is a sample layout for our branch ducts. I mean, it looks pretty straightforward. It's not too confusing. We got one main trunk that's kind of running through the whole building. It's an 8-inch plenum. And then 2-inch offshoots from that. So we have a 2x10 floor that's inside of our modular buildup. We should be able to fit that ductwork right within it. The only problem is it's fire rated floor assembly. So we have to be careful about penetrations. It can only supply the floor that it exists in. So we can't do it in the floor below and have it supply 2 units. It has to be completely separated and on its own. Let me see. So if that's the case, we've got the air handler in the crawl space. In this case, we would probably just do a drop ceiling in one of the closets or leave it open and just attach it up to the top. Um, let's see. We do have some space. I wonder if they have building information models. I doubt it, but it would be super helpful to have these components so that we could actually place them at the side of the building. I mean, otherwise I could just create some blocks for it and make them quickly, but I'd rather have the actual unit. Well, no better way than to look on their website, right? Highvelocity.com. We're going to use the HEZ version. All right, let's see. Technical support. What do they have? All product specifications and sizing. I'm looking for CAD files at the very least. No, just manuals. Miscellaneous documentation. Gotta have building information models, especially families. Got to keep up with the times so we can utilize this. Looks like I'm going to do it from scratch. We have the air handlers for heat pump. So there's our heat pump. I wonder if it's theirs or if they're just slapping a sticker on it. Seems like it's theirs. All right, so 24-inch spacing between each of them. The unit that we're going to use is a 2-ton HVS 24. We'll use one of those for each of the units. Let's see. Yeah, this would be the configuration that we're looking for, is the one right here. The want to try and install it on the underside of a ceiling, so that would be ideal. All right, so our HVS 24 is 38 by 32 high. And we'll just call it 16 inches deep. All right. File. Oh no, dog snoring again. I'm not keeping everybody entertained. If you are just tuning in, feel free to drop in the chat. What are your thoughts about modular construction? You know, does it work? Does it fit the needs of your project? If you have any thoughts about how that should work, feel free to comment. And if you are just joining on, subscribe to the YouTube channel. We are looking to build up a following so that we can give you all of the fun stuff as we start folding out our video base. We won't be doing any more of these marathons, at least for a while. We will be posting up new content. The reason why we're doing this marathon is for a very good cause. We are putting together money for supportive housing, and we are creating some options that anyone can utilize in that same window of affordable and ready-made designs that a developer or builder can just pick up and utilize on their properties. So would love to hear from you. If you want to join in on the call, just click on the link that was posted on the socials there, and we'll get you into the recording. We'll have a chat. I mean, just having a casual coffee here. Would love to hear your 2 cents. Okay. Let's just go to new family. Maybe they have one I can take too. So we'll see if they have a condensing unit that I can borrow. Actually, let's look first. Let's see if there's something close. Not looking for structural framing. I'm looking for mechanical. And I am looking for, yeah, they only got radiators. Let me just see. Yeah, I didn't think they'd have anything. VRF. Let's just go back to all results and see if we get anything. Close. Quite large though. It's definitely not something that we need at that size. Yeah, I think it's just going to be easier just to make something quick. We'll make a model in place component. This is just for sizing purposes. I need this to put at the size of our side of our building to take up space. And then we'll outfit the exact same unit for the air handler. We'll find a spot for it inside the building. If you are a mechanical designer and want to toss over a family that you commonly use, I'll probably just get one off of bimobject.com and fire that in there. I do want to use the exact unit, but I just need it for space right now, and then we'll link up all the ductwork that we need to. It seems pretty straightforward from their from the information that has been provided. The reason why I'm using the high velocity system is because it allows us to drill 2-inch holes in the side of a joist. Anything larger than that can compromise the structural integrity of it. We want to try and keep them small. This is why I'm looking into that. If you have dealt with this in the past, I'd love to hear your comments on what works. We're trying to value engineer this product down as low in cost as we can, but still provide the livability and comfort level that you would normally get out of your own home. When we're talking about homelessness and mental health, we are not building tiny homes to as a band-aid to put homeless individuals in. It sounds terrible because it is. It is a reactionary response to bringing individuals off the street. But when you create a small container that is the size of a prison cell and you ask somebody to live in there full time and be comfortable and to have the motivation to go out in a day-to-day life to make positive change, you're not creating the right mind space for them to do so. So we need to create affordable alternatives that people can be comfortable jumping into and can manage. And in order to do that, we have to look at ways to take what we consider to be comfortable and really start cutting down the line as to what we can do. So that's why I'm looking at modular. I'm looking at how can we flat stock this? Why is the IKEA model work so well? Like why are they so affordable in the first place when you can go pick it off the shelf and have it all flat stocked in a box and do a little bit of labor to put it together with some easy instructions? It makes sense, but there's a lot of upfront work that goes with it, and that's what we're working on today, is to see how can we put this in the easiest possible light that anyone can do it. Not a modular company. I'm talking about any person who has a large scale garage that can put together these panels, that can get them ready to deliver, that a hardware store can put together in their own facilities in their back lumber yards and stack them and have them ready. We're talking about readily available companies that have all the machinery that can build these from a procurement standpoint, having a location that can supply the materials and make it ready use. So open to suggestions. Would love to hear from you. Feel free to jump on the call if you have opinions on the matter. We're open to the stream. All right. Mechanical equipment. Call this. Let's just see. Extrusion. We had said that they are roughly 16 inches. Let's go back to our specs. 16 inches by 38 by 32 high. 38 inches. Oh, look at that. It's like I knew already. This is awesome. 0 by 32 inches high. All right. They're actually fairly large. Move 1 inch. All right. I mean, that's kind of encroaching into our side yard a bit. I mean, we are a residential home. It's 3'6" from the side. Should be okay. We, if we really need to, we can line these units at the back, but we want to reduce the amount of runs that are being utilized. Right now we're on the second floor, so we're going to take this and just change the work plane so that this is down on the first floor. We can hang these off the side of the building. It doesn't look nice, but the we'd have to weigh the cost of the brackets against the cost of running extra lines, and then also the maintenance. Are we going to get people up there in ladders to maintain these units? Right? We want to make it as easy as possible. So we're going to take this and put it in place. We're going to change its work plane. We're going to make it top of first floor. We'll go back to top of first floor and hit finish model, and we'll take each of these. We're going to take two, move them here. And ideally just a little bit of distance away from that front door. We always want to try and keep those away about 6 feet. Oops. So we'll tie that up there. And then we also want to keep it close to where the actual cassette will be. So in this case, the air handling unit, we want to try and put into the laundry spaces. So ideally we'll keep those there. And then same thing on this side. The only difference is we have a staircase in the way. And we have to be conscious of that staircase. It's going to be important. So we may have to run them in through the opening here, through the bathroom, and be able to connect the condensing lines in that space just below that landing. So we will have to move these just down here. We'll split them up. We could put them all in one farm side by side. Remember, we had to provide a gap between each of these, and that gap was shown on the drawings. It did have a minimum installation requirement for spacing. It was 24 inches. So let's keep that spacing so that our HVAC installers will not wrap us up in foldable metal and put us in the back of their truck. We want to keep them happy. Awesome. Just checking my feeds there. And thank you for joining on, checking the feed out. We are trucking along here, trying to find the best use of our products. Right now we have a heat pump installation and we're looking to make it ducted. The only difference is we're going to use high velocity ductwork so that we're not having to deal with bulkheads. We want to try and minimize as much as possible and reduce the widths of the ductwork that we're putting in. So hopefully we can just have one trunk and then be able to feed it all off with 2-inch lines. Because of the proximity of where we are, we should be able to just feed it directly off the unit into the rooms that we need. Ideally, we'd have to see. It comes down to the limitations of the system itself. Just looking at the brochures here, it looks like they're running one trunk off of their air handler. Their air handler is 8 inches and it's a solid plenum. That 8-inch diameter pipe is going through each of the units, and then they have offshoots, and it's all pressurized. And that's the important part. It's super pressurized so that it can maintain that airflow. I saw the videos; it fills up a room pretty quickly. So we'll see if that works. If I'm crazy, let me know. If any of you have used this high velocity system and it is not working, please give me a heads up. I mean, Connor McDavid's using it. I assume that his house is okay. Connor McDavid, if you are watching for whatever reason, let me know if that system's been working in your house. Okay. So with that, let's have a look at the actual air handler. The air handler itself, I did have a brochure for it, or the manual. Where are you? This is for the heat pump. Oh, where are you? hiding somewhere? Well, let's just find it here. All right. The air handler, HEZ. Show me the sweet money. I need dimensions. Here are dimensions. Air handler size. Add 2.5 inches to height for collars. So if we are hanging this thing up from the ceiling, our long dimension is 32 and 5/16. So we will make another one. Picture, we're going to do a model in place component, mechanical equipment. We are going to call this HE. We'll just call it HEZ air handling unit. And we are just going to make an extrusion for it for the meantime. We will put a box out. It's not how I typically do it. I would create a family for it. We'll go back and make sure that we can get the actual components made. This is all just schematic for us at the meantime. So we have our 32 and 5/16. So 32, just for our purposes, we will do 32.5 inches. And 18.25 by 14.5 deep. So 18.25 inches, and that would be 14.5 inches deep. And we just have to remember to sit that 2.5 inches off the ceiling. Okay, that should go directly in there. We have the end of our unit supplying out one side, and then our return, we could actually probably just tie in a grill somewhere down at the base. Probably drop it in. We do have a dryer washer combo going in here, so we have to be conscientious of that. With our duct work, we need to make sure to get an ERB in there so that we can get our recovery. I'd like to know how it works with this system. So actually, that's a good thing. Does that accommodate? Do they have a design layout with one? Combination high velocity and radiant. I mean, regardless, it's a requirement, so has to go in there. All right. Hey, if you're just joining on, we're working on some systems for our modular construction here. I'd love to get your thoughts on modular. I'd like to hear what the viewers are thinking. Do you think it works? Is there more to gain from it? Are we going crazy? Like, why are most of these modular companies going bankrupt? There has to be some reasoning behind it. Love to get your 2 cents. Mm, 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 mm. All right. Continuing on. These will fit right up in that laundry. Oh, can we get those inside of an actual closet? I mean, it's tough for maintenance, though. That's the only problem. Can't get in behind to be able to work with it. It is pretty tight. I And this is being dropped below the ceiling, so this is going to stick out. I mean, our headers are kicking down to 16 inches. That means that that unit will sit literally right where the top of the door frame is. We won't have enough room for an actual shelf above the cabinetry. So if we have a closet, kind of SOL. I mean, the best place for that is the laundry room. Uh, in the laundry room, we're doing a combo unit. This was a good suggestion from one of our viewers yesterday, or from the day before yesterday, Stuart. Thank you for that. We'll accommodate those. Just have to make sure they have a 2x6 wall in behind there to handle all the exhaust. We do have to exhaust that dryer vent. Um, we have an opportunity on the upper levels to take care of that in a much easier fashion. All right, so we can fit those in there. Same thing. Rotate the unit. Put them in place. Leave enough room on either side for maintenance. We get an ERV, we can fit it in the same closet. And because we're using a combo unit, we have the extra height. We'll just tack the ERV to the wall and we should be good to go. One thing we haven't discussed is hot water. Now, because of what we have going on right now, we have to think about whether or not we can actually fit a tank in here. Now, because of the space limitations, my ever so thinking mind wants to go tankless for these applications. Is an upfront cost and electricity costs are extra. So, I mean, you're getting on demand water, but realistically, the only benefits are on demand water and getting it to fit into tight spaces. With that on demand water, if you're doing it on electricity, eats up so much power. So we would have to be making sure to size our panels accordingly, especially if we're going to be doing electric heat pump too. I want to try and keep those costs down, but I mean, whether it's gas or electric, we're going to have to balance that out. So, all right. Please don't tell me LinkedIn's having issues again. All right, are you serious? Never ends with this service. Tell you. I just can't win, folks. I just can't win. You know what's interesting? It's around the same time too. See if it keeps going or if it's going to freeze up on me again. All right. Oh well. All right. Maintaining our stream. Let's see. Let's look. Oops. Let's keep the videos up and running. Just gonna check my feeds. That's the photo that it chose. So silly. Oh, good morning. Here we go. Keep that audio down. All right. Hope you all are enjoying your Friday and getting ready for the weekend. If you wish to join on and have some fun, chat with me. I am working away here on some modular configurations. I'm working on the mechanical systems right now, looking at high pressure systems. The Why I'm looking at high pressure systems is because they tend to be able to drill into small spaces. So that is why I want to be able to make it as compact as possible so that we can make up some extra room. Awesome. Don't mind me. I just realized that you guys are seeing the top of my hat as I work. I don't know. I'm a big hat wearer. I love ball caps. That's why I brand it that way. Also, this morning's post is brought to you by Molly, the dog with the mostest. Molly, can you wag your tail for the audience? Rabbit. Is that a rabbit? Am I showing your face? Good boy. Oh, you see? Good boy. All right. That's enough of that madness. All right. Okay, let's see here. Now, the benefit of this layout is we can actually fit that in one of those modules. So if I'm looking at placement here, these can be pre-connected or at least roughed in from one of the panel setups. If we can get all the ductwork connected in, then it's just a matter of bringing a flex line and connecting it through. So if we can have our main trunk basically run vertical through this panel, and likewise here, then the tee-offs should all basically just shoot out through the joists on either side. So we'll probably have to keep that one unit rotated. And I don't know why I put these both in the same. I'm just going to finish this first and then copy this over. And we can utilize this for the upper floors. Paste align to selected levels. Top of second floor. Wicked. And this one, I wish made more centralized, but we're probably going to have to wedge it right off to the side. Let me just see. Top of second floor framing. Where did my framing go? Oh, there we go. Yep, it looks like we'll be able to fit that right in there. I mean, it's going in the truss spaces anyway, so we just have to make sure it's fully insulated and good to go, and it's only supplying that one unit. Also, completely unrelated, if any of you are in Nova Scotia and you're looking for a side-by-side, I am selling my side-by-side. We are a truck family now, and we have no need for it. It is fully equipped with a plow, and it is ready to go for wintertime. So feel free to send me a message. Mm, all right. So we have heat pump connection. See, this the only problem is these condensation lines, or these condensations. Oh my goodness, condensing lines. I can't really do this from a modular standpoint because this kind of has to be connected together on site. Mechanical is one of the hardest parts in plumbing, just in general, because you don't want leaks, especially with a high pressure system. You kind of have to have this sorted out in post. With if it's like static ductwork where you can get all the actual ductwork in place and insulated and then just tee off, um, that's fine. But when you're bringing it in chunks, makes it kind of difficult to clip it together, especially when you're crossing over panels. Things to think about when you're doing modular. It all seems easy. Why don't we just build it in parts and deliver it to site? It's like, well, it has to connect together. Anyway, I'm going to take myself a little 15-minute break. If you want to join in the conversation, please do. I'm just kicking around. We would love to hear your thoughts on what modular is. Mm, mm. Oh, you can only do one at a time. Blech. All right. All right, back in studio. Mm-mm-mm. Woo! It's chilly today. I am cold. Hi, puppy. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm. Digging through here. Let's get that marquee out of the way. What are your thoughts? All right. Oh, I must have that. Yeah, I have it turned off. Also, these units are sitting on the floor currently. So we're gonna have to check some headroom heights, make sure that everything's all right. I mean, it's gonna be right there in your face when you open up the door, so can't really do much about that. Um, but we do need enough room for the ductwork to turn upwards. So mm, mhm. It would do that. Clear all. Let's get rid of this. Yes. Yes. Mhm. Here we go. Can you sense the exhaustion, folks? I am burning out. I move, maybe disjoin. We had that wedge in the closet. Why don't I actually take that section and put it right through one of them? So grab onto each of these. Go to move. It's 6 foot 10 and a half, so we're good for clearance. And each of those units, we just need enough clips above because we're not going to smash this right against the ceiling. There's also drywall that we have to factor in as well, which is 5/8. So a number of things that we have to consider, but this is a good start. Go to view. Should be seeing a heating unit there, and I am not. That's okay. Mechanical equipment. Have it sitting there underneath. Move. 3 inches. There we go, floating in space. Now, we will need some ductwork. Again, what are your thoughts on modular construction? Feel free to comment below and let me know if you have some tips or tricks of modular applications you've used before. Right now, I'm just putting in a heat pump unit with an air handler. I am looking to keep these within the modules that we have designed so that we can have all of the ductwork supplied as we deliver each of these components. This is going to be the difficult part, though. I think what might be our best scenario is we would have to put the supply and then coil up the 2 inch arm and then leave our static duct, the main trunks cut so that we can just join it up with some sheet metal when we get to that point. Um, we have to be a little bit creative on how we're doing this. So we have an 8 inch duct that needs to run from that air handling unit over, but we have our ceiling, which is supplying these two different units. We should be fine because we're going to be running this wall all the way up through the middle of the trusses so that we maintain that fire rating. That way, both units are completely separated all the way down, all the way up to the peak. And then we will be able to run our duct work into the attic space. It's just 2 inch duct or an 8 inch duct with 2 inch runs coming off of it. We'll cover it with blown in to make sure that it stays warm or cold, depending on the needs. We will put all of the outlets in the ceiling and inject them down. It's a high pressure unit, so the air does blow right down to the ground. They're pretty powerful little things. I mean, when you're think of it as pursing your lips together and putting a stream of air instead of opening your mouth all the way up and going. So let's just see. Let's go to top of second floor first. I'm going to look at this from structural view. We're going to do the ductwork for the main floor. So we know our air handling unit's here. We're going to try and run one trunk that's going to stick basically back through all of these units. The ideal location, I mean, we have the unit facing horizontally. And from what we saw from the air handling unit, it should be going front to back. Just take a look at the design manual specs. Yeah, so it is off the side. Well, no, this is our end unit, so it's off the end. Where in the world? I need like the actual physical unit. So we have our return side, maximum minimum number of outlets, or air handler size, which is there. Surprisingly, I can read that. And see if we can wedge that in there. All right, so we take one trunk. We're going to have to spin it within that closet and then tee off on the one side. Not what I wanted to do. I don't want to have to put this in the bathroom. It's not the end of the world. I just was really hoping not to be able to do that, or not to have to do that. Right. I am going to change my view range so that, oh, it's already showing down below. Perfect. And I am going to set up my view so that I can see mechanical equipment, ducts. Okay. And then I have to set up, what else we got? We can see the unit there down below. We know that that's going to curl up and into the joist space. I'm hoping that we don't have to run one duct because like it's just feeding the bathroom. We should be able to just curl a 2-inch off of that to feed that bathroom. It should be fine. So ideally we just have this one trunk going up and then we have lines feeding off of that trunk into each of these rooms. I mean, we're only traveling, well, in some cases a little bit longer. It's 15 feet. Let's look up the material just to make sure what our maximum runs can be. If using 4 vents evenly, derating values, adjustment factors 10%. So 10 feet maximum, or basically that's what we want to go. Max length is saying 25 feet for branch ducts, but let's try and keep to our 10-foot mark just so that we can adhere to that. So if our branch is over here, we're pushing extremes to 15 feet. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Okay. So what we would want to do is get that duct so that it's coming down from the joist into that wall assembly and then rotating back into the side of that air handling unit. We want to be able to get that duct so that it's nice and clean all the way through and then tee off of it wherever we need to. So I have to load in some components because I will not be able to do this without it. So I'm just going to go to round. And then in here, I'm just going to start loading in a series of different round options. So let's just see. Get a round T. Let's get, I need a cap. Oh, round end cap. Where'd you go? I saw you. I need a round elbow, potentially. I'm going to do that probably mitered for this case. I don't like mitered. Actually, you know what? Let's just do round. It's depleted because the whole thing in there. Let's do. What else do we need? These are all just for the fittings, so I just want to load those all in. And then load Autodesk family. Let's just maintain that same. Let's go back to duct. And we just want a regular round. Let's just search duct round. Load. All right, and then when we get into systems, we can create our own duct. We are going to choose round, default, and then just set up our routing preferences. So elbow pleated, T, round T. We have our end cap. We don't have any transitions because we probably won't need it for what we're looking for. It should be good. Okay. If we need a transition, we'll put it in, but we're doing 8-inch duct coming off of this. So middle elevation. So diameter will be 8 inches. So 200. Our reference level will be underside of second floor. And our offset, upper end top elevation, will be 9 inches. And we are going to run that duct right out. What we should see is duct running right between those two joists. Perfect. It's right tacked along the side of that joist over there. And then from there, we can feed that into the actual unit. And then we'll take our 2-inch flex duct and be able to run it off of that as well. So our 2-inch round duct, we want to create, we're probably going to need a transitionary T. That's going to be a little bit more difficult. These ones will probably have to coil up and put inside of the actual unit or the module itself. So our main trunk we can build into this unit and have it sit ready to go with all of the connections diving into where the fan coil unit is going to sit. But the tee-offs, all we can do is put the transitions. I have all the elbows and everything ready. And then when it comes time to hook it up, we can take the runs that are in here and feed them through. We can even pre-drill the holes in all of these other joists so that when we are branching out and bringing these through, it's just a matter of feeding them like an electrical wire. So if we are doing this from a modular standpoint, I'd love to hear your opinion. If you are watching the feed and you've done modular before, I would love to get your comments to see what your thoughts are. Does modular work? Do you feel that there are improvements to be had? What are your thoughts? I'd love to get your opinion. As I keep working away on this and making some adjustments. Top of second floor. Make sure to go to my structural view. All right. We have our main ductwork kicking off in here. Maybe we'll set up all of our T's. Make sure that the T's can transition accordingly. Hopefully they will be modular enough. Um, oops, did not want to do that. In fact, what we'll do is we will just turn on. Actually, you know what? We're just gonna have to work with this as it is. We have our joist spaces. Just is what it is. Okay. Let's see if we can change this to mechanical. Yeah, that's better. Now we can see the actual ductwork. So if we do create similar, inherit elevation, automatically connect. We don't want it to inherit size. We want to give it a different diameter. We're going to give it 50 millimeter if that allows it. If not, we're going to have to put it in our routing options. So we'll have to go into system, make sure we check our HVAC, check our rounds, and add in a new size for 50 millimeter. Okay. And in that case, we can now choose 50 millimeter from there. We're going to center, middle, feed it, and we're just going to run it out to the different areas. So they said try and get a number of corners in there. That's what we're going to do. I'm just doing this for now because what's going to happen is we're going to change this all into flex duct. There's a number of home runs. I got to actually go back. It looks like they do a home run for every duct, just like they would in a normal setup, but you can't tee off of the same 2-inch line to run it into each corner. Yeah, it looks like it's struggling with that a little bit. Let's turn on fittings. There we go. So just for the purposes of keeping it simple. Okay, I probably could have shifted that over. Again, this is going to be flex duct. So the second we switch it over, I'll just click this and then we should be able to convert to flex if need be. I'll take a look. All right, and same thing. And what are we doing? We're adding in some randomized ductwork. This is all going to be installed after the fact. We still need to know how much material we need. Now there was a way. Duct system. We were able to before. Anyway, when you don't use this every day, it eludes you. Okay, but that's the idea. This system will be smaller, little 2-inch runs. We'll have more outlets supplying the room, keeping to the outsides of the walls. And the same thing will happen out here. We would have a series of ductwork that would be running through the joist spans there. The little 2-inch pipes, we would run them through. We just have to make sure to capture the actual lengths. What happens if I just take that off? And then gave it my best shot. This one, because of the fact that it's on its own, if I'm drawing it, let's just say from there to there. It's weird that it changed its mind. had the ability to swap it over to duct, or it's probably because there's a system in place. I'm not sure. Or I have to choose it from the systems list. Oh yeah, flex duct. Flex duct round. This is what I should have used from the beginning. Silly goose. Round T. Yeah, that should be good. And I should be able to choose the same diameter. Cool. We can create some vertices. That makes more sense. Oops, let's not join it so that doesn't get confused. Let's keep that same thing. Connect these two. All right, now we're cooking with fire. Okay. And more of these for paying them bills. 2 outside walls. Let's see if we can add one in here. Probably not in the center. We just need it somewhere we can access. Remember, these can overlap. They're only 2 inches, so we're laughing. And then same for the living room. Spaghetti this big time. Oops, did I miss it? Oh, it's just doing its own thing. All right, whatever. All right, spaghetti. All right, so we would package. That's a big bird. We get a lot of bald eagles out here. We have our main duct, trunk duct, that we would have our T's built into it. The T's built into it would have the connecting flex duct all wrapped up and curled up inside the joist space, so that when it comes time to install, they can just bend it out and then fire it through the holes. And then we'd have all the holes pre-drilled in each of these components so that we can just feed it through and connect it to the end. And ideally, we would have the diffuser built into the finished system too, so that we can just literally connect it from the top and call it a day. At least for the rough-in. We would leave the finished portion off until the drywallers come in. Okay. We just run our kitchen exhaust out. That one would be 150. We would run that directly out, wherever that may be. And same goes with bathroom exhaust. Get it out of our building. Add. Insert vertex here. Cool. All right. And laundry as well. We would just take all of that and we would exhaust it out the back of our building, depending on where that is. This could probably just be hard ducted. That instead of having to do flex, just build it all into the exact wall panels, get it out there. But you keep it all off to one side. That way we can bring our intake in from another. Probably just use the same joist space and then just bring it directly in. That way we can keep the same module. Ideally, you would try and get all of these into one. It says it just needs a 12-inch return, so the return we would just put in the back wall or side wall of the laundry. All right, we'll figure that out. Cool. Progress. Progress. And I apologize to all the other MEP designers out there. I am. Oh, Sean, geez, it is not picking up your chat. Let me just see here. I am tired yet, man. What are your thoughts regarding modules? Yes, and I am tired. No need to look at this urgently, but curious on your thoughts on air conditioning for affordable housing. Is a mini split in the main room enough? Should air conditioning in the bedroom be a right? I believe so. Sean Brains from MCO here in Halifax at Dartmouth area. They are a wholesaler for multiple different products. They are smart when it comes to HVAC and plumbing and everything under the roof. We I'm just going to just open up our YouTube feed here. And we have some good questions. With our summer temperatures, should tenants not have AC in their bedroom? I think they should. This is again coming down to the comfort of your life. This is your home. We're making affordable housing. We're not making a box that somebody just occasionally lives in when life is hard. We're trying to change the mentality of the individual to be more, um, uh, to have more confidence, to go out there and tackle life. And in order to do so, we need to have a home that is more comfortable. In order to do so, one of the most important things that you should be spending your money on is quality of air. The air that you breathe, the water that you drink, everything needs to be to make your health really increase. There's one area you do not sacrifice. So when looking at this, there are tons of newer products, and Shauna makes a good point here for micro units such as Panasonic that might start to make to save costs and hit fresh air requirements. That's very true. In terms of the ductless heat pump options, now, Sean, I'm from what I hear, you can just drill these right through the wall. It's very low requirements in terms of ductless. Like what I'm looking at here is a high pressure system or a high velocity. This is one option. However, we're going to do a few to see where the cost savings come in and look at the runs in terms of length and cost. I would be open to hear and see what systems that you have that we could put in here from a cost perspective. So right now I have the heat pumps just sitting down at ground floor, and we're running lines up to each of the units. They're all sitting along the right side of the building and having one single home run leading up to the air handler inside of the unit. The air handler sitting inside the laundry room up on the ceiling, and that from that ceiling it's ducting out. In this case, I decided to use 2-inch high pressure ductwork with a high velocity unit. This is just for sketching purposes. And what we would be able to do is coil up those flex ducts inside the joist space as part of the module. So you could see that we have our joist module. We would be able to put the main 8-inch trunk pre-fit in there with all of the T's, and then we would be able to duct off of it. The only thing I couldn't find was whether or not their system works well with ERV. So I couldn't see any tie-ins in theirs, but the we'll have to see what that does. So uh, okay, and yes, again, with our summer temperatures, tenants need AC. It's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. Um, the split systems add another level of maintenance. Like you can obviously have the cassettes up in your room if you're looking for something that's more on the affordable from the initial standpoint, like looking at doing baseboard with a cassette in each room. Um, but again, nothing beats a good ducted system. I personally, just the air movement, the air changes the quality of the air. I mean, unless proven wrong, unless Sean, you have a good system that we can take advantage of. Mm. If we were to go a minimal approach and do a mini split system, we would not have to do as much work as we are doing here with the ducted setup. The mini split system, you can get those cassettes like in smaller little air handlers and split off, and you can just have the ducts, the home runs of each duct, just deal with the rooms that they're in. I have done that for a retrofit in Vaughan, where we would just take individual little air handlers and zone it for each space. You are starting to get up at the cost. The high velocity system is literally called high velocity. It's out of Calgary. They make it. It's I don't know if you've used it before. It's called Connor McDavid put it in his house. We they were boasting about it in the video that they have up here. So slim duct ductless is common for ducted. For a micro unit bachelor, a wall mount would be pretty plenty with baseboard. Yeah, I would say so. Definitely for the sixplex that we were looking at. I had a bachelor option that was in there, or as we call it now, the studio apartment, not the bachelor. The yes, that would be good. I use the micro units for garage. Something simple is taking one large room and circulating the air off of one unit. I think that's a viable option for sure to save. I mean, why run all the extra duct work when you're operating your heating and cooling in one space? I've never used Innova. Innova, I never actually used the brand. Sean, we just had Uh, it was at an auction. It was a high sense unit that we just had put in our garage. The Leukemia Lymphoma Society was running an auction, and my wife was there, and we ended up getting a full install for our attached garage for like $2,200 or something like that. Was fully labor included. They actually did a pretty good job. So far, it's running okay. We'll see what the longevity is. It's um, a new unit, but it's their own. I don't know what it's like. High Sense brand, but it's with their logo on it. So I think it's their own um, technology. Not sure. And standard ductless, and they are less efficient, cost more, but they don't have an outdoor. So one of the things I'm struggling with here, Sean, is when I'm doing these layouts, Um, oh yeah, maybe for one, but you can put the fan between the living room and bedroom wall to move the air, just to keep costs down versus going ducted. Yeah, maybe. So one of the things that I'm trying to do here with this modular approach, I'm going to 3D so that we can see this. Um, each of these sections are essentially all flatbedded. We could actually fold these all down and fire them in on a truck. And then within that, ideally, we would have all of the connecting components. Let me just turn on mechanical uh, duct and flex ducts. Yeah, all of the components would come pre-wired inside of each of the modules. And then any duct work, if we were to do duct work, we just coil it up and put it inside of that module, and then it would all ship together on top of the bed. So if we were going that route, then yeah, we could definitely put a fan just between the living room and bedroom to move the air. That's interesting. Put a split in one room, and then just take the latent air that it's pushing out and fire it into the other. Okay, cool. I mean, we'll see how it lasts downstream. The warranty was pretty decent, so um, if my wife starts cursing it down the road, we'll know. So yeah, so we'll try this out. I'm optimistic that many of these options will work. So I'll go through a few of these options and outfit them. And what we'll do is we'll trade them off and give the end consumers the option to choose which ones they want. So these are all really great ideas. For those of you who are interested in purchasing HVAC equipment and getting ductwork, plumbing, any fixtures, anything under the sun in terms of mechanical and plumbing, make sure to go to MCO. MCO has all your needs. Sean is excellent here in our greater HRM area in Dartmouth. Their team really has helped me out with my house and has done so much more for others. And it's not a that's not a paid plug. That's just honest. Great help. Great help finding everything we needed and had zero issues. So, all right. Just looking at what our next visible options here. So, I mean, regardless, we get the condensers outside. If this ends up being a drive lane, that's we're gonna have to raise these off the ground or even move them to the backyard. But I mean, ideally, like Sean, could we just like increase one of these and just do a couple of home runs off of the same unit? I mean, I don't know how you would meter that, but it's a little bit of beyond my pay grade. If we would just do like a 6 ton, maybe a little bit more, and then split off the lines. I know, right? Yeah, I've been looking into the high velocity for a bit. I'm trying to find the negatives out of it and see where it goes wrong. I think the one thing is just the number of diffusers. Like you have to pop so many of them in to account for it, right, just to be able to get them into the unit. I have kind of like a layout that they put together in their brochure. It kind of shows the extent. You're basically just having to pop out more. It's not insanely more, but they uh they basically disappear in your ceiling. You can see they're minuscule. You know, I say each diffuser is about the same as a pot light. So if you lay them out like similar to your pot lights, they'll probably disappear. Yeah, where was that video? It was think it was this one. Yeah. Here. I don't think they talk about it directly inside the video, but Connor McDavid's cozy modern home. You can see all of the outlets in the ceilings. They're not too bad. Yep. Awesome. All right. So we have our options. I'm going to write a few of these down just so that we can get them into that. In terms of plumbing, I mean, there's really not much. It's just finding a creative way to make this modular so that we connect it. I think that it's a little bit more difficult because of the fact that we've built these flooring panels disconnected. So if we ever have to cross over those panels in any way, we're going to have to fab that on site. There's no way about it unless your accuracy is within the nearest millimeters. Like you need to be able to give yourself the freedom to connect each of these components and at least have the flexibility, especially when you're dealing with like hard PVC or ABS. Uh, the drainage is really difficult. It's a little bit easier when you're dealing with PEX where you can curl it up and take it in. But even working with PEX or Wurzbro, it's they don't like they don't like to bend too much. So um, options are kind of limited unless you can get everything into that one panel. But then you start having to sacrifice your design. So we ran into this quite a bit when I was working at another modular firm. Trying to create the connectors for the plumbing was one of the harder parts of it. Ductwork a little bit easier, but the plumbing was definitely one of the harder ones because they have to be sealed so tight. Um, yeah. So I mean, even looking at the layouts I have now and what we have to put together. Let me just go to my other structural floor. You can see we've made our joist spacing work for all of the drains. And thanks again, Sean, for all the help. I'm taking notes of this on my other monitor as we go. Oh, geez, that's still playing, is it? Let's just stop that. If you did VRV, yes, we could do that and give simultaneous heating and cooling. High velocity downside was always noise and cost. Noise is likely okay if done right. Yeah, that's true. The key for one condensing is you can't do multi-zone ductless because you don't get yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we don't want them fighting each other. That would be that'd be counterproductive of trying to help their well-being. So the let's reduce fighting and give them comfort. And I'm sure we can find some nice 2-ton options to fit the bill. So not concerned there. Yep. Awesome. Well, definitely have my work ahead of me. What I might end up doing is there's a couple of individuals that were working with us on the CMHC low-rise catalog options, and of those, we had some HVAC designers that were part of that. We're going to take these options and feed them in and have some layouts done. I'll work on the BIM side to create all the connections. They'll do all the sizing, and then we'll put those options together. When we have this entire unit packaged, just to kind of give you an idea, this is what somewhat of a final product before we put all the extra bells and whistles and finishes on it. We'll be able to all connect this building together and build it super fast. So we're avoiding the use of a basement, doing either slab on grade or post and beam with an exterior foundation just to seal in the outside so that we're not dealing with water infiltration. And then with those two options, we should be able to keep our costs low and doing a crawl space. Yeah. Thanks, man. Appreciate it, Sean. This is all great advice. We'll keep you in the loop. If you guys need anything from MCO, please reach out to Sean Breen's team, and they will be able to help you out from the HVAC side. Go there for your plumbing needs and fixture needs as much as possible, and they will guide you in the right direction. Awesome. Thanks, man. Take care. All right. So compiling this in. Oh, that's hard. This is the hard part. Plumbing. Plumbing. Fun. Mm-mm-mm. Mm. All right. Hey, look, Cody's proudly Canadian, making content while we're doing content. Always on the fly, doing lots of stuff. Wicked. All right, live streaming in the studio. Is Facebook or is LinkedIn still going, or is it crashing on me again? We're good. Nice. I'm gonna try and fix this so that maybe so that the chat's not covering everything. Maybe I don't need my face. I'm gonna go get myself some lunch. I'll be back in a few. We are going to click it in for now. Instead, during the break, if you are joining in, uh, I would love to hear your thoughts on modular construction. So join in on the conversation. And thank you for the subscribe. We working our way through some modular designs at the moment. Happy that you could jump on board. Really appreciate it. Uh, During our feed here, we have donations going up to Welcome Housing and support services. So if you wish to donate to the cause, please do so. It's canadahelps.org website that is on there. You can grab that in any of the chat windows during the feed. And thank you very much for joining on. I am shortly going to be taking a break here. I'm just kind of getting myself set up. So what are your thoughts on modular construction? Comment below. We will discuss. I return. Awesome. We're just going to set that up. Going to lunch at 12 p.m. EST to 12:30. To 12:30. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? Do you feel that modular construction is hitting the bill? Dun, dun, dun. Let's fire that up there. We're going to move everything around just because we can. Why not? Apps, widgets. Let's move our chat widget up. Let's move our logo down. Awesome. Okay. We are all set. I am definitely starting to get tired, but we are making our way through some serious design work. We are crushing it. Crushing it. I'm just going to move my crazy face down to the bottom of the screen so it's out of the way and continue on with what we're working on. I'm surprised I still have a voice, but this coffee helps. So, tons of options. We are digging our way into the plumbing world. If you have done plumbing in a modular construction before, I would love to get your feedback on how that worked for you. I know I've been struggling with it. The if there are ways that you can generate connectors that don't leak in large panelized systems, I'd be open. I do find it to be one of the harder parts of modular. It's just definitely uh, a rough go. So, um, yeah, love to hear your thoughts. The My personal opinion in this matter is we take all of the endpoint connections, the basic rough ends, we leave them open ended on the base. So we get the P trap in. We have that part of our panel. So you can see that we have certain panels that have our sink and toilet in here. We can cap off the domestic water lines within there. We can fire them into basically a vertical component. They just have to be able to be stacked on a truck because you don't want to crush these things. You really want to make it so that you can fit this all in one and then be able to stack them, because that's our goal here. We would take each of these panels, we'd fold them down, put them onto a flatbed trailer, and would be able to deliver this entire housing unit all in one IKEA kit, essentially, but a sturdy one that's built well. And you can see here, basically each of these components can be taken out. We can connect them back together and utilize them for all different purposes. The Anyone can do this. You do not need to be a modular builder to be able to figure this out. The plans that we'll be providing will give you all of your cuts, all of your quantities, your stud ordering, everything all ready to go with cut sheets. You can take this kit and use it yourself. And then in terms of the systems, we'll give a variety of options for ducted and ductless HVAC systems, as well as some hybrids as well, to be able to work with what you need to. I'm just going to turn a few things back on here, specifically our roofing element. Yeah, and maybe our trusses. Let's just do this. Unhide element. There we go. So you can see how this is all coming together. We'll be able to actually take this and talk with Atlas. I'm hoping that Atlas, I'll reach out to them and see if we can get some pre-designs done and maybe have these stamped and ready to go, so that we're not having to wait. Because this is actually, trusses and floor packages are one of the most time-consuming portions of your procurement line. You have to wait for the drawings to go through. You have to go through engineering, has to go through all the approvals, has to get all the seals and everything on it. By that time, you're already probably about 8 weeks down the road and your project's being held out. But if we get pre-approvals done for this from a company such from Presidential Trusses, Atlas, whoever does this, then the cut systems, everything's already done, and it's for a neighborhood that they know well. So ideally, we would be able to have that set up ahead of time. That's what we're looking for, something very convenient. But again, easy to use modules. We'll create these so any framer can be able to put them together. We'll be able to snap it together with beautiful finishes out in the front to be able to navigate that landscape that we want in our neighborhoods. I decided to go with the Scandinavian modern look. I think it looks great. Others may think otherwise, and that's cool, because design is in the eye of the beholder. We also were looking at backyard suite options for those of you who want to put a separate living quarters inside of your back suite. Um, yeah, and that's cool, Jonathan. I mean, we're all here to learn. I had the opportunity to work with a modular builder not too long ago, and a bunch of my friends work in that space as well. I am still learning, and I don't think that we've mastered it yet. There are a number of bankrupt firms out there that have tried to do modular, that have spent a lot of money up front, and it's become very difficult to do well, because it takes a lot of capital to create your own modular building company. So the way that I'm going about this is I'm creating a set of plans that are nominal in nature. We can generate it so that anybody can make this, so that if you're in your trade, if you are an active trade, you're used to building on site, you should be able to do this in the comfort of a large garage. Or you could take this to a box supplier like Home Depot, Rona, Kent, whomever, and hopefully we can outfit their facilities to be able to do this, because that eliminates a procurement line. Basically, what happens is you get your lumber from your lumber mills, gets translated over to a lumber supplier. You then have to buy from that lumber supplier to use it to build the kit of parts for your home. Some cut out the middleman in terms of direct supply. Others are still purchasing random odds and ends from those stores. So why are we doing that when we can go right to the source and where they have the forklifts, where they have the boom trucks, where they have all the tools, they have the cutting meats, they have the expertise behind the the information that's there. There's just so much at our disposal from those facilities. So we need to really encourage them to take on more modular aspects and maybe invite our designers to embrace it more. We also need teams like Autodesk to stop selling separate softwares for software packages when dealing with modular applications. Autodesk is gouging the shit out of modular companies. They have to pay for both a whatchamacallit. Oh my goodness, it's losing my mind. They have the AEC collections for architects, engineers, contractors, right? But then they have a separate collections for manufacturers, which you have to buy both to be able to use Inventor and those scenarios together. The cost for one drafter to be able to jump between those two systems is double the cost of what you would pay for software. And that's pretty nasty. So seeing that application plus having to buy the automation systems to tie them together plus all of the other things that they have to do. It's so expensive. So you understand now why these companies are going bankrupt because the overhead and fees that they have to pay to start it up are so high. It is we're trying to create affordable homes, but we're getting shot in the foot before we even get a product out the door, all while trying to get clients to buy into it. They certainly do, Jonathan. Yeah, Autodesk does have a stranglehold on our industry. Um, that is, I mean, it's just a monopoly. It has. That's why they're panic buying up, or not panic buying, but reactionary buying up companies, so that they can maintain that status quo. But it's actually hurting their bottom line. They're building a platform on a upside down pyramid, and they know that they're building solutions right now, I imagine, in the background to start fresh, kind of, especially in the architecture world. And you're starting to see a lot more consolidation, but it's only a matter of time. There's new companies, much like ours, who are seeing where the errors are and can start off with a clean slate. But that's aside from it. What we're really trying to get to here is to create affordable housing. And in order to do that, we have to look at every single aspect of the process. And I think it all starts from understanding where we're getting our materials from, how much labor we're putting into it, where the holdbacks are, where the requirements are getting lost, just looking at it holistically. So, but we can start from simplification. We can make this attainable for anyone. When when I did my house here in Nova Scotia, I did very much this similar application where we framed out the entire house. We provided cut sheets for everything. We generated squaring drawings and was able to create stand-up wall assemblies for the framer. And it was actually really funny. Um, and the framer, you could hear him yelling from up in the trays, going, "Oh, look, another one just fit in so perfectly. Oh man, did you plan this? Oh, this is crazy." And it was so great to see because the time it takes to put each of these components in a complex building was reduced because of the ease of assembly. So I can see where the benefits are in modular, but we have to deal with the major red tape, and that major red tape is upfront costs, like the custom certifications for specific wall panels. We Everyone wants their own system, their own patentable system. The issue with that is it drives up the cost astronomically. It's we need to look at what's available, what we can get access to, and make that better. So also our lumber yards just need to stop gouging. Yeah, every single one of these are Revit families. Uh, all of these are modifiable components. These are just displacement sets that I created earlier. Each of these panels can be numbered and stacked. The floor system is flexible. The They come with all of the sheathing and everything inside of it. The components are everything's entirely Revit. So we'll be able to take this and morph it into other platforms, I'm sure. What do you use, Jonathan, mostly? I'm sorry, there might be a delay too, because I've mainly Revit. Yeah, yeah. I mean, again, stranglehold on the industry, right? So most of us are using it. Paige, my business partner, uses Chief Architect because she works mostly on homes, but she's also a Revit professional as well. So yeah, I run courses on custom homes in Revit and help companies out to improve their processes in many aspects, and worked for a few modular outfits in the past to help make these easier. I do have a number of Dynamo scripts that can help make this faster. I'm just taking my time to show how each of these come together. And you can see like repeatable components where you have, built-in window components, easy to make. You give somebody an 8 foot by 8 foot section they can work with in a factory. You don't need to take up much space. This, like I said, you can build it within your garage. You can stack them up. Once you get them all stacked up, you can take a running top plate to tie the heads together and then anchor it all together once you get it on there. And same with the floors. Both floor systems would fit perfectly on a 48-foot flatbed truck back to back. You would be able to stack them all up one on top of each other, and you wouldn't need a wide load um, or a wide load certificate or whatever it is you need for traveling. So that means you're saving money on escort. You probably get this done in 2 transport truckloads, and be able to just stand them all up on the foundation. And ideally, you would get as much as you can in terms of utilities, your insulation, etc. And if you're not doing a floor for here and you decide to do a slab on grade, we've got built-in options to just swap out the slab on grade. I'm working on roof options too. If you don't like that pitch roof, we can establish different scenarios. So there are a variety of different applications as well as floor plans. The floor plan options are all mixed. So tons of variety. And that's the key. This is everything is all based off of the same insertion point on a property line. This has been designed to fit within an ER3, ER2 zone in Halifax. This 30-foot lot with a 1.25 meter setback off to one side basically allows us for a 26 foot wide fourplex. So that's 6 bedrooms in in one building. And that's 4 separate units, two bedrooms and 2 1 bedroom units. So that alone yields a pretty decent result. And if the construction's simple enough, then we should be able to turn and return on your investment probably about 7 to 9 years. That's looking pretty good, and that's just preliminary. I'd like to see where this could go if we get an actual builder in here and start refining the costs. I mean, I like the look of them. They fit in with the East Coast vibe, so be interested to see who takes them on. Mm-mm. What else? I mean, one of the other things that I'm trying to think of is, can we do finishes? Like, I want to see if we can make finishes modular too. That's always one of the things that end up being put on after, because if you try to deliver it with the finishes in tow, they always end up getting scratched or raked. Thanks, Jonathan. I'm hoping that we can get the word out on this, and I'm going to put these out for free. They Once the designs are all done, will be fully dimensioned. Everything will be all packaged together. The I will If anyone who's subscribed and donated to Welcome Housing, the link is in our chats. If it's not in our chats anymore, I'll make sure to put it back in there. It's a Canada Helps. Spread the word on that. I want to get some people talking about this because it's something dear to my heart. I think that the tent cities that are happening downtown are becoming more and more of a problem. It's weighing, and it's becoming a balloon effect where it's becoming difficult to manage. So I think as a community, we can design some options that can still keep our people part of the community, and then provide comfortable homes at an affordable price, and provide an opportunity for them to get on their feet, get jobs, and get supportive. So we did look at earlier this week a couple of options in Yarmouth. We looked at a neighborhood that's actually available in the southern end of Yarmouth on Kemp Street. And this lot, we would be able to actually put 144 beds in. The what And that was the one that we were showing earlier. We pulled this up. This is some of the units that we were planning. I think we actually have, I don't know if I did an above view or not. Yeah, I did. Basically can take some of these units and fire them in there. Now, these are the 4-unit ones. If we decided to do basement apartments, we could fit 6-unit in there as well, depending on the needs of the neighborhood. But if we start looking at it like this, we can provide an additional housing unit for nurses and mental health capacity to have up in front and center at the entrance to a subdivision, and then be able to have all the assistance that they need with somebody coming in and checking on the residents, and somebody come in and deal with medicine and psychology, and then we're close enough in Yarmouth to be able to provide some businesses with employees, and especially during tourism seasons where we could use the extra help. There's lots of schools and churches nearby. There's a golf course across the road, so it does feel a little bit cozy. So I think these opportunities where we start injecting supportive value add neighborhoods, that can really go a long way to helping somebody get the confidence they need to get back into the workforce and to be part of a community. So that's what we're here for. That's the goal. And I really hope that we can make some positive change. Whew, need some coffee. Oh. So, Jonathan, what are you working on these days? Oh, that's stairs. I love stairs. Are already modular to begin with. Just take that entire length and just fire it together. Love how they just click into a building. Super helpful. Yeah, and then finishes. How do we deal with finishes? I gotta look up some options. All right. So I had the idea to use vertical siding because you can hide the seams. So if we wanted to actually stack them vertically, we could. But the problem is when you join these panels together, you pretty much have to have them all uniform all the way down. You can't break them into 8-foot sections. If we can get the finish to be all strapped together, maybe we could do um, surface fasteners. Wouldn't look as nice, but um, approaches, modular approaches to vertical siding. I mean, my gut's telling me that you would just use some sort of strapping system that's cross braced and then kind of fasten it on at the end. That sounds expensive. Uh, I mean, if you can build it into the panel, I guess you could just leave one board off and then seal it. Like if we were to take one of those wall panels and just take one of these, for instance, the plywood built on, and then, but again, makes fastening them very difficult. But we just need to be able to lap whatever finish we have on the side. So maybe you can do like what you call it, the 12-inch Tyvek roll, the peel and sticks to join them together at all of the laps. That's possible. That is possible. So if we were to do, because we want to strap it off the wall too. We'd strap it off the wall. We would leave a portion of it curled off on the end of the one above it. It would have to be tacked up temporarily when we fold it down, and then we just let it drop and overhang the next. And then it's likewise on the side. I have a feeling that would rip though during transport. I guess if it's protected by strapping, we don't have to worry about it. Yeah, we just have to provide the lap of the waterproofing. Maybe if we build that all into one component. All right, let's have a look at this. Let's dig deeper into this panel. Family, file, save as family. 2x6. Oh, cancel. File, save as family. Let's try this again. Exterior. All right. I don't want to overload this thing, but we're going to have to create on-off on-off parameters to be able to adjust for it. In this case, I may actually want to load in a line-based family and then set it up via an array. Ugh, I hate dealing with arrays and families. And I don't like doing these one by one. But you might have to for numbers purposes, because we need to be able to schedule the amount. And we also don't know what kind of siding we're going to use. If it changes per project, we've got to add those limitations in. I might build this separately so that we can swap out these external finishes at whim instead of having them built into the panel. That way we can we don't have to dig too deep into the family. We can get all of our structural framing out of this and leave it purely structural framing. We're going to plywood sheathing as a separate takeoff. We have our exterior finishes as their own takeoff with the backup strapping. I think that's the way I'll go about it. Um, cool. Uh, Imps. You'll have to expand on that, Stuart. Um, are you talking about insulated panels, like structural insulated panels? Like SIPs? 'Cause I've definitely seen SIPs used. That one, structural insulated panels. We actually, when I was working at WZMH, we worked on a very integrated panel. It was all the comms and everything were built in, all the lighting, everything was all tied together. All the smart connectors were just basically Ethernet cables that connected all the electrical. That was a structural insulated panel system, the intelligent structural insulated panel system. So that one was able to span insane amounts of distance, and it was only like a couple inches thick. Right. But extremely expensive and probably not viable for this sort of solution. However, there's an entire website dedicated to SIPs, if that's what you're talking about. It's basically an entire association that talks about it. There's lots of news, tons of experts about it. I do like where that's going. Um, as long as it's easy to put together. Again, what I'm doing is I'm creating a building that can lend itself to this and creating some options that are variable so that anyone who's a framer could also do this, but they could also take the design and send it to a company that does this as well. You can see how one of these sandwich panels is getting installed. Oh, sorry. I didn't have it up on the screen. You can kind of see up here what that looks like. Essentially a sandwich panel. You can see the spray foam or the foam stacked inside the roof assembly. Similar aspect. Taking components, making them easier to compile. Uh, yeah. Oh, insulated metal panels. Yes, I do like them. So, funny story. We were um, we were doing a project in Halifax here, and it was a 9-story building, and we had a tight condition between the two buildings, and we were trying to find smart ways to be able to build between them. And no matter how many times I tried to push for it, it just didn't seem like a viable option. I really loved Kingspan. Like, I love their product. The yeah, there you go, Kingspan. They can go up to like 56 feet or something like that. They basically shove them in like strange areas. Come to think of it, I think we did a project like this in school back in the Conestoga days, and we were researching the potential for using these for. Oh, sorry, my audio's kicking out on my in my ears. Okay, yeah, but Kingspan makes some great product. I've always been a huge fan of theirs. But you can basically crane them in and drop them into hard to reach areas, and then they just connect together like Lego. And I've always been a huge fan of that style of finish, um, especially if they are structural panels as well. Yeah, I think Sobotech also makes a panel, or Sonopan. I think there's a few of them, or pretty sure it was Sobotech. I remember it's out of Hamilton. They do. Oh man, no, that was the what was their product? It's like subframing systems or something like that. Plate panel systems. They have a couple of different fun things. Uh, Sonopan, I think it might have been. Yeah, soundproofing panel walls. There are all kinds of different fun things that you can play with. Um, oh, it's driving me crazy. Insulated. And you want the structural ones too. Metal panels. What was the company? It wasn't Plastifab. Might have been Thermopan. Now that I think about it. The key is looking Canadian. Make it easy to order. Yeah, I think it was Thermopan. Yeah, foundation panels, roof and ceiling panels, exterior wall panels. But this was a different product, but it's structural, so you can use these. It's fun stuff. I like these sort of things. But yes, the options are all there. The idea is to create this so that we can swap these out and still be able to utilize the same systems. If you can get the entire wall panel built all together, that's awesome. Then you just combine them. You just add in two 8-foot sections, make them 16, whatever it is that you can comfortably deliver. You should be able to make this. The idea is staying nominal. Like when looking at this approach, we can outfit a design that works for multiple aspects. As long as we stay within those 2-foot increments and we stay within those margins of error, we should be able to make a product that can be delivered at any time. And with any system, that is the absolute key. If it gets a little bit smaller or a little bit bigger on the exterior envelope, so be it. But yeah, I like the idea of the structural metal panels, but they're so expensive. And they have some cost comparisons to show you like the labor as to how long it takes. Yes, they install extremely quickly, but they are still very expensive. Um, I don't have the cost in front of me, but I remember we looked into it and it wasn't a very viable option at the time. Um, I've never looked at metal span. I don't think I'd have to have a look. And oh yeah, Jonathan, I just caught your message there. Oh, you're in Perth. Oh man, we got friends out there. They I don't know if you know Jamie Ware, but he used to be my work buddy out there. Him and I worked at Imagine It Technologies for a while and helped out around North America finding individuals that needed Revit and Dynamo assistance. And yeah, we still have lots of friends out in Australia. Our family from the other side of the world. Well, I'm glad you can jump on, Jonathan. It was glad to have you on the feed. Awesome, wicked. I'm loving this. Aluminum plate systems. Yeah, I'll have to look a little bit further into this. I've always my curiosity is always piqued with modular systems, no matter what type of product. But I mean, we're gonna need it anyway because one side of our property is tucked right against the property line, so we will need a fire rating or fire rated system that goes up there, and it most likely will have to be aluminum. Um, there are some pretty good aluminum panel systems. I think if we were going to be doing something on the outside of this, we do something like longboard or something that has like a good longevity. And it would have to be aluminum because of the salty air out here. Anything steel will just corrode and cause issues. So we have to make sure that it has longevity, which is super important. Maintenance of these materials is killer. So, getting up towards lunchtime here, I'm gonna have to make a shift because I have to smash some food into this silly face of mine. I'm gonna come back in about half an hour's time. I'm gonna jump on at 1 o'clock AST, and I will be back. But I have got to get some food in this gullet of mine because I am famished. I will see you in a few. And thanks again, Stuart, Jonathan, Sean. Thanks for all the comments. We'll open up the floodgates for some more healthy conversation later as we start going through this and look at what other viable options we have to bring these costs down. And we're going to weigh all these costs out and have a talk with a couple of local contractors to see what we can do. But the idea is let's make this so that it can actually work, get it out into society and see what we can do. Yeah, I like the non-structural version too. I have to agree. It looks sharp too when it's installed. I definitely have to agree with that. Definitely have to agree with that. Big fan. Big fan. Yeah, I one thing I'm struggling with this feed is the LinkedIn comments don't pop up right away. They're kind of delayed, and I have to refresh the page in order to see the comments. Kind of annoying, actually. I want to have a good conversation. Anyway, cool. All right, I'm gonna jump off. I will be back in a bit. Thanks for the good conversations. If you are just joining on and you want to join in on the conversation, I'm just gonna put this up here. What are your thoughts on modular construction? Put your answers up. We'll discuss when I return. I'm gonna head off to eat my lunch, as I think I said I was gonna go do earlier. I just got so excited, and that happens. Awesome. Switch this to one. Update. Boom. I will be back. Wowie wow! We're back for some more modular action. I'm gonna check the chat, see what's going on. Whoa, not that audio on. Okay, back in the groove. All right, I dropped up a link in the YouTube channel there. I'm assuming LinkedIn is about to die out in 20 seconds exactly. So that won't be too far off. I'm just gonna my Facebook's blasting audio in my ears here. Just making sure I don't lose my audio because that's happened to me a few times now. LinkedIn is gonna drop in right now. I'm surprised it's actually. Oh, there it goes. Yep. And Gonzo. Sweet deals. Well, that was a good LinkedIn feed. I'm gonna kick that now, and it's almost like a survival of the fittest social media. We have YouTube, the absolute long-term veteran, sticking it out until the end. I'm gonna get rid of this disclaimer. Don't need that anymore. And hide. I mean, there's a couple of features on Talk Studio that I do like. I would like to just have a chat with people on the actual feed itself and have it sort out where the information's going, but I can see how that would be complicated. Just checking with a friend here. Uh, yeah, I mean, I have about an hour here, folks. I do have to jump off. We are meeting up with the team at Dalhousie University to discuss some of the enhancements on our product Cody. Since I am on YouTube and we are doing um, a long-term marathon here for helping homelessness, we have been utilizing Cody throughout the stream to help us get the answers that we need. So, if you are interested in following what we are working on, you can go to Cody, that's CODIII.ca, that's three I's, and you'll get all of the updates as to what we're working on there. Right now, we are about to evolve Cody into its next phases, and you're going to be elegantly surprised at how awesome it is going to look. Cody is getting a makeover. We have a lot of cool new features coming in, and we are pretty pumped for it. But enough about Cody. We are here to solve a very big problem in our industry right now. We need more homes and affordable ones at that. We are working very diligently to produce solutions that can work in many different scales. We have provided a variety of options over the course of this week. We've gone through some fourplex designs, sixplex designs, gone through stacked three-bedroom units, a backyard suite. We've even gone as far as designing a tiny home that can fit in a 8 foot by 12 foot footprint. That was a tough design. That one was a bit of a struggle. But one of the common themes here is to make these homes livable, not prison cells. And if we are going to be helping those who do not have homes get back into a comfortable lifestyle, to re-inject themselves into the community and be part of the workforce, then we need to really, really drive down on what helps our mental health. And a lot of that comes down to breathing, breathing good air, drinking clean water, having a comfortable space that you can feel safe in all aspects, and then have a home that's not going to crumble on you over the next year or two. So making that is super important. We want to try and make homes that are fast to market, but also available for all different types of builders. So one of the things that we're looking at is, can we put this together in a way that anyone can do this and not just a modular home builder? And what do we need to do to get there? So as it stands right now, we're focusing entirely on a fourplex. This is kind of our median option. So what we're going to do is we're going to take all the components that we make out of this, and we're going to use these components to establish other design styles. So the other ones that we worked on earlier, the townhouses, the sixplex, etc. It'll be just a matter of slightly reconfiguring and making it work for those options as well. And then ideally, we'd be able to get ourselves a subdivision of these homes at a fraction of the cost of building a new home, and be able to provide a flexible alternative for those who are looking to get into a comfortable monthly payment for their rent, or if they're purchasing something that is not going to break the bank. So what we're looking to do right now is to make a nominal approach to an easy design. We haven't gone over the top. We've taken everything in available sizing. So, for instance, 2 foot wide cabinetry, standard offerings for appliances, not small appliances that you can't fit half of your stuff in. I'm talking about appliances that you can actually house a family's worth of food, uh, a cooktop that's actually usable, providing dishwasher. Like, all of these amenities really help to enhance your quality of life. And the other savings we can get elsewhere from helping with from the labor side, not having to build out in the winter months as much, like having a controlled environment for creating these components, um, and then just overall making everything more streamlined, cutting back. So as it stands, we're focusing a little bit more heavily on the modular aspect, so that we can make this attainable for anyone who's building it. Uh, so what you're seeing here is all the panels. And if you're new to the channel or you're just jumping on, what we've done is we've generated packets of information. Is each of these panels can be separately created and filled with all the correct bits and pieces that we need to do our job. So that ductwork is way too big. I don't know why that expanded out. Anyway, the idea is that each of these panels would get thrown in the back of a transport truck. They would be delivered to site. They would be pulled off by a boom, dropped into their spot, connected together with the oddball piece, and then you can close in the shell after that. What we're looking into now is, how do we create a system that can enclose it from an architectural standpoint and building science standpoint, and what things we might run into when we're dealing with trying to factor in venting and finishing on the outside as well. Because ideally, we would stack these with their finishes all taken care of, and put like some sort of cushioning between each of them to prevent them from being scratched and beaten up. The And then we can stack them all up with the finishes on them, and then be able to lap the areas that need waterproofing as we're stacking them together. So I'm looking at potentially a vertical option. So I'm just going to do it one for now of what I foresee being a good viable option. We're looking at vertical siding because the seams and everything, how this all stacks together, lends itself to a horizontal or vertical pattern. Both both are viable solutions. So what we would be looking at is from a, and I'm just going to do this in model in place. We'll actually create flexible families for this in a bit, and this will be part of the Revit file when this goes up for public. So let's look at, we're going to call this uh, vertical lap siding. Actually, let's not make it lap. Let's just do vertical slat siding because that's kind of the style that we're going for. And we're also going to add strapping to this as well because we're going to need horizontal strapping. We're going to do both. So what we're going to do is we're going to take extrusions. We're going to set the work plane on its end. And then we're going to take a little 1x3. What are you doing, crazy keyboard? Be skipping numbers on me. Do I have numlock turned on? I must. How does it always sneak in there, huh? Slide past that with your finger, and then all of a sudden the whole world falls apart. Excuse me, I'm just trying to get this set up once. So what we would do is we take that little piece of strapping, drag it over to the edge of our panel, and then we'll offset that up every, well, if we're doing vertical siding, let's just go 16-inch centers for now. Okay. And then make sure your centers account for their end-to-end condition. So in this case, if it's 16-inch centers, you have to push it up half the width of the board before starting your next center. So if we were 2 3/4 or 1 3/8, and then you take it and copy it up your centers array. Hooray! 4. Let's make that 5. And then we'll just take that last one and copy it up to the top. Okay. Now, one of the things that we had talked about yesterday was panelization of this and the continuation of our plywood. We had positioned it so that we have a nice overlap on the second floor. So when they get delivered, this sheet of plywood would either be not on it, or we would have to leave it on the truck and let it tilt and fall over the edge with the plywood in tow. So again, the reason why we're doing that, and I see this all the time with framing companies, what they'll do is they'll stop the plywood at the bottom of the second story, and they'll do the same thing and stop it underneath. And then they'll come in after the fact and then cover the sill with another piece of plywood just so that it's even. That is poor construction. Very, very poor construction. Think of it as like if an impact hits the bottom of that sill plate from the outside, there's nothing catching that sill plate from moving over. If you put that plywood and carry it down past, you have a barrier for wind to hold itself against the edge of that rim board. So always make sure you lap your plywood over top of your rim joists to make sure that you have that nice sturdy continuity on the outside of your building, even when you're doing modular. So leave it long, stack it when you get it onto the back of your truck, and you can manage it that way. Now, in terms of the centers for our vertical siding, we as long as you're marking them with pen and pencil, you're okay with this, because like this is part of our module. We're going to have that on there. We could predict ahead of time as to where that next one's going to be, but don't don't bum yourself out over it. It's if you're looking to save an extra piece of strapping, by all means, copy that up and then leave it on the next one. When it all comes together, you have nice even centers. So it's up to you. Ideally, we would just leave that off, and then your final piece up here is dealt with on the next piece. Um, the downside to that is you have to make sure that our vertical siding has something to nail onto on that next piece. So you do have to make sure that wherever this is, your vertical siding is going to have to stick out past, because it has to slide in and the next piece has to slide in underneath it. So it's not really ideal. You'd want to actually have that right up near the top. And then in our next one, we would have it down at the bottom to capture the next center. And that's when you would capture that next 16. So if we're taking this, copy 1 foot 4, should line up perfectly just on the bottom there. And then you can start your next row for the next wall system coming up above. And then that way you have your continuous 16-inch centers going all the way up. Now, ideally, we would just take this and keep going. But for now, I'm just going to do one panel because we want to see where these overlaps happen. Because we're going to have to think about how we do our vapor barrier and our air barriers, like how we tie these together. Because this is just a strapping, then we have our vertical siding, and then we have to figure out how the corners are coming together in that exact same panel setup. My guess is that how we deal with that corner is we create a cap on the end and have it so that it's all finished off nicely on one panel and take care of that. Then when we come over to the other side, it should be just one quick vertical piece of vertical siding that we put on site to cap off the end, and it should click together quite nicely. Okay, so we'll do that. Extrusion, I'm going to add some shape to this one. So we're going to I have to change my work plane. Afterwards, we're going to disassociate all of these work planes. So we'll get some, give it some shape. Okay, so that these are butting into each other. How much space do we have in there? 1/2 inch. That should be fine. Question is, do we want to round it and V-join it? Probably. Yep. Let's just do that. We'll have to do the same for the other side as well. Just catch it right in the center. 45 it. Just because I'm tripping out and it looks awkward to me, I want to make sure that that's the exact same size. I could mirror it to the other side, but this is just a gut check. Sometimes when things just don't look the same. All right, this is just for the purposes of seeing it on the elevation. I don't think we'd be using siding that wide because of the style that we're going for. Probably be closer to something like this. And then we can take that and fire it up to our strapping. And each of these would be itemized in our family so that we could actually stretch these and use them along our facades. So take this, copy it over. I know it's oddball. We're over exaggerating the fillets, but the idea is to have the edges so that they show in the renderings. We need some sort of edge to be able to capture that. We take that array and we make it awesome. It maintains multiple copies. Yes, I know. And they are butting into each other, which is exactly what I wanted. Thank you, Ribbit, for the alert. 42. All right, so this whole panel system would sit off the wall. And then what we would do is we would have to cut back this piece of strapping back one joist or one piece of finish. And we would do the same for all of these pieces as well. And the reason for that is because we have some things that we need to do in terms of protection. So we need an exterior air barrier, vapor barrier that goes on the outside of this that's going to have to lap at some point. So what we would do is we would create a situation where that can happen. So we would leave a piece long, be about 6 inches long, that would go up against the wall, tack it into place. And then when our next piece comes up on board here, we would have it so that the back would have a peel-in stick. And then we would just strap that up against the wall on the next one. And that would ideally be how we would connect them together. So we'd have a piece hanging out and just sitting over top of here. We'd take our next one, put it up, slap our piece over, and then be able to finish it off. I don't know. Maybe I'm making it easier or sound easier than it is. It's easier on the sides because we can just pop over another one on top. The bottom has to be able to connect. Any ideas in the chat? We need to be able to get our air barrier to pop out over top. The only thing I could really think of is to potentially just leave it long on the end and just have it sit over top once we stack them. Curious. How would we deal with that condition? Because we do not want any leaks in this building. We want this to be airtight. And you can't just smash these together and hope that caulking will take care of it. You want to be able to have a good 6-inch overlap of your waterproofing materials so that water can freely drain. I mean, I guess these portions out here are, if they're surface fastened, we can always just leave that one piece of strapping out, overlap, squeeze that in, and then screw our piece in. No, that won't work. Open to suggestion. If you're watching the feed, let me know. Let's look up some options. Modular. Should we pre-install waterproofing systems? I mean, I know Tremco makes systems that you can just put in each of the gaps for modular. I just prefer a lap, something to cover it. There's a natural tendency of water to just fall down and create capillary, but we with differential movement happening inside of your wall facades, they're eventually going to leak. It's just a reality. So you can prevent that by making a good solid lap of your air barriers. The only thing I don't like is the seam. Hmm. The design that we're looking to do will have to accommodate that seam. It'll have to be all the way across. And if we are going to do the finishes on the outside, it's going to have to go all the way up to the underside of the soffit in one continuous so that we only have the one seam. And then we'll have to make sure the waterproofing is dealt with here. Now, one thing we can do is actually put a drip edge over that. But again, it doesn't look great. Maybe we put some sort of groove in the back of the finish. Well, ain't that all part of the fun? Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Let me see. If you are on the YouTube feed, would love to hear your opinions as to how we deal with this overlap. I'm probably going to be ending the feed shortly today. My son's birthday is today, so I would probably cut it around 3 o'clock. Actually, no, I got to cut it at 2. I got a meeting with Dalhousie, so I'll be ending a little bit short. But if you have any ideas as to how to clean up this outside facade without it looking like hot garbage, let me know. I'm even open to doing like staggered joints, but that's very difficult when you're connecting panels together. That's how you snap things. They, and anything that's protruding out that you need to connect onto another, it has a high potential for being caught on something and then ripped off. The more you can make them compact and connecting, the better. It's just easier that way. So keep in mind. The Also, would you really want your finishes transported with the panel? That's the other thing I'm thinking of. I'm just wondering if we can actually just take this strapping in some way, maybe even make it diagonal. I don't know, some way that we can put that in and then leave enough of a gap that we can maybe seal in between. Because face nailing is pretty terrible if we want to do this sort of approach. I mean, if we use cedar, it's fine because it can hide a lot of the screw holes that kind of disappear. But access to cedar is expensive, and we don't want to do wood. If it's an aluminum paneling, not too worried about it. But we're trying to create a Scandinavian modern home, so we're going to try and use stamped vinyl and stamped aluminum, pre-painted colors as much as possible. All right. All right. What do we got, puppy? Oh, Birdie's come to join us. Yeah, we named our dog Birdie. We named our doggy Birdie, named after Lady Bird. She's from Texas. And the other one's Mully, or otherwise known as Mullins. energetic as a little hockey player. So Molly just seemed to fit. We're big fans of Shorzy. If you like hockey and grew up being a hockey fan, watch that show. Um, just a reminder: this feed that we're doing here is to raise money for supportive housing in Nova Scotia. The company that we are raising money for is called Welcome Housing. Molly there is my support animal that is helping with this feed. If you wish to donate, there is a link in the YouTube channel there and on Facebook. If you wish to donate, that is make sure it's in there. I did put the donate link in there. Is it killing me? I swear I did it. I know I did it. Don't make me out to be crazy. I'm putting it back in here again. All right, there's the link. It's in the YouTube feed there. It is also on our Facebook feed if you are still watching on there as well. Awesome. Okie dokie. Well, I'm going to slowly wrap things up here. It's been a very busy week. What we're going to be doing is we're going to take these designs and we are going to make them so that they are ready to use for public. We're getting pretty close here. A lot of the panelized systems are in there. We have a lot of variants. We're going to take this and make it for both a modular and just straight up for building permit. You can utilize these in any way you want. If you are building new, if you are building on top of an existing foundation, let me know. These are available for your own use. I'm going to shut down early and get going because I do have to set up shop with our development teams. Thanks again, everyone, for joining online. It's been a fun week, super busy. I am exhausted. I have a lot of work to do on these, so the marathon isn't over for me yet. Please reach out if you would like to commercially utilize this this option. Please make sure to send a donation to Welcome Housing. Provide receipt to that to me, and then subscribe to our YouTube channel. If you have both of those together, I will send the full designs in Revit with all the dimensions in there for the fourplex. The other ones will take a little bit of time to put together. So we will have those commercially available for you to download. And that is completely free of charge, with the exception of the donation to Welcome Housing. We are trying to help people get on their feet and on the best possible way they can, trying to help with homelessness, get rid of the tent city, and get people on the best foot forward that they could possibly be in so that they can start a new life and try again in a home that's comfortable. So please make sure to donate to the Canada Helps link that is in our chat. In the meantime, just to end off this feed, we just want to get an idea of what affordable housing means to you. You know, what do you see being the best viable option for affordable housing? I'd like to get your honest opinions. And I mean, there are tons of answers out there, and educating yourself on the types of housing is very important. I have learned so much this past year just in terms of what is out there, the initiatives that are in place. There are individuals like Mylene Vincent and Pam Lovelace who are really spearheading initiatives with companies like Pivot Housing and Welcome Housing and a number of others, really trying to make a difference. The government is freeing up some areas of land, some of it not so great, but at least to start. We did look at property in Yarmouth that we could potentially build these units on. If there are developers out there that are looking to do an affordable approach, please give me a shout. We did work through a subdivision design earlier that may be able to fit 144 beds on a 2.5 acre lot. That's That's a pretty good density. It gives us the opportunity to put a supportive house in the complex so that people can have access to medicine and psychological help as well with and just mental health in general to get them on their feet with proper services so that we can have that second. I have been there before. I've been down and standing on the side of a bridge wondering if my life was going to be something worth continuing, and I had no money. I was so racked up in debt. I didn't want to turn to anybody. I was about ready to cut off all my ties, and I was bumming food off of my roommates. I was taking on jobs where I actually had to pay for things, and I've been down that road before, and it eats alive. So sometimes it just takes a helping hand from a friend, from outside source, the uh, the right tools to get you where you need to go, and someone to believe in you and put you in the right spot. So I strongly believe that if we take the best parts of ourselves and the ones that we know best and do something about it, we can make positive change. And something like this week where we can put together a large number of designs, and it doesn't take much. I've been doing this for 20 some odd years now, creating processes and teaching it all over the globe. And I feel like I've learned it for a reason, and I've made this as efficient as it could possibly be, and it could get more efficient. I obviously did this a slow way so that we can work through it together this week. But the amount of automations that I'm going to be using to finish this permit set, they'll be all wrapped up shortly. But the reason why we went through this is why when we can turn this around so easily with such a small profit margin, let's just let's just give this away. I've done my time in the industry, and now it's time to give back to those who need it. So all these designs are going to be made available to the public. They'll be ready to build, and they will be accessible for all. I will be talking with HRM shortly to see if there's a way that we can get these pre-approved. I'd like to have a discussion with Atlas, with Kent, with the lumber suppliers in the area to see if we can get trusses that are pre-stamped that can go out with these builds. We'll look at solutions with MCO to talk about HVAC and plumbing so that we can get order packages put together that can be basically bundled and ready for delivery. We will look at electrical suppliers as well to see what kind of panelization options we can do and to have it future proofed and ready as well. We want to make sure these are comfortable. The modular approach is to help make this affordable, but we want to make it so that it's attainable and comfortable for those to live. So I'll stay on for a little bit here. I do have to get going for 2 o'clock. I do have a meeting that I need to get to, and it is also my son's birthday today. I will be working throughout the weekend to finish up these designs. You're more than welcome to message me on LinkedIn. If you want to get access to these, my email is dd@oculi.ca. You can message me personally, or you can just toss me a DM on LinkedIn. LinkedIn's the easiest way. I'm always on there. I'm talking to people in the industry from all over. So feel free. Don't be shy. I am here to help, and I want to make a difference in some way or form with the way that I know how. If you have ideas or want to be part of this, just let me know. And also, for those of you who aren't using Cody, Cody is Oculi's flagship app. We have released it about 2 months ago. It has been an absolute success. We're selling copies left and right. Get yourself on board. Cody is a design assistant for architects, engineers, contractors, and owners that is going to help design compliance throughout the entire life cycle of your project. Currently, Cody Scout is out, and Cody Rogue is coming up soon. Cody Scout is an AI chatbot that helps you dig through your documents to find information quickly. We used it throughout the feed to help us dig through zoning limitations, to help us look through um, problems relating around code, subdivision agreements. We had it sift through tons of complicated documentation. It saved us so much time. We were able to crank out sixplex, fourplex, backyard suite, tiny home, stacked townhouse of three, and that's just myself doing this throughout the course of the week. And multiple options threw in, and we were able to provide different roofing options, different material, a different style. So lots of variety kicking in here. I'm very happy with how we ended up this week. We Please stay in touch. Please subscribe to the YouTube channel so that you can see what's coming up the pipe with our product lines, and to also see where we take this to the next steps. My hope is that we can grab onto a open piece of land, one of the property notices that came up with Nova Scotia, and actually build a series of these homes. Get them out there, get them filled, get some people off the street, and get them thinking about what they want to do for their next step for the future. So that's it from me. Please enjoy your weekend. I know I am cutting off early, but I have a very busy day and a very busy weekend working on this. So give me a shout if you want to hear more, or if you're interested in taking these units and utilizing them. I will work with you to get them set up. And if you are interested in talking software, go check out cody.ca, codii.ca, and see what we're working on. It is an awesome experience. Thank you very much. Please tune in to the YouTube page as we have different things coming up. We look forward to talking to you soon. Thank you, everybody. Take care. And we are out.